Today we are going to discuss about project cost management. This is one of very important once it comes to project manager's role, because cost management is not something that fully assigns to or fully controlled by a project manager. It depends on numerous factors like the client, the investment of the client, uh, the other stakeholders like internal program committees and the accountancy related stuff. So it's like a mess at the end of the day. So as a project manager, you are unable to perform everything, right? As a project manager, you are unable to perform everything uh, in successful way. Why I'm telling like that? Because if it comes to a project manager's role, project managers are mainly focusing on a given specific project. But the reality is it requires a set of other people who involves with the project also, because like the especially like procurement team and the external stakeholders with the licensing and keys. So that's why it's not fully controlled by a project manager, single person. It's a combination of it's a combination of team effort in your entire company. But as a single project view, in a view of a single project, it's a mandatory situation to control your cost, understand your cost, what are the expenses, how the expenses are going here and there, right? That's why I just initially warm up you with the scope, because majority of the cases uh, project managers are getting failed into proper cost management due to different reasons. It might be management issue, and it might be an issue with the client, the investment, and there might be an internal policy, internal political issue. There are situations, right? So that's why I'm telling cost management is not something fully controlled by a single project manager. It's a organizational effort, but project managers, there's a specific responsibility to complete by a project manager. Now I'm going to discuss about this specific scope today. For usually, I'm usually speaking around 2 topics per day, 2 or 3 topics per day. But today the entire session is under this cost management, so it might be a lengthy discussion. It might be like around 4 hours discussion. So probably you might get into a trouble to understand the whole story at a glance, but watch this video a few times, then sometimes you might definitely you will get understand. But in the first time, at the first glance, because the heavy load of this content, the depth and the breadth is too much, I'm going to discuss today. Due to that reason, you might get a little bit confused in sometimes, but don't worry, because a lot of new words are throwing by myself to your heads. So since you don't know about these new words, you might get into a little bit trouble sometimes, but don't worry. I'll try to minimize this risk, right? That's why I just started with the overview or the total or understanding of the today's session. Usually it's 4 hours. Less session means at a glance students might be unable to grab, right? We'll go. Initially, uh, we have discussed about two major things: uh, net percentage value and payback analysis. I think you can remember, but I'll give a small recap, but not in my voice. I just downloaded 3 videos from YouTube, 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, very small clips to give a small recap on NPV and payback analysis. These are investment analysis. So these are mainly focusing on a project to be which project is the best project to get by the company, because you know there might be little different incomes or different earning levels might be there. According to that, the investment should be done prior the cost estimation, right? I haven't that's why I just done this not in the project cost management scope, but it's related to cost management, but it is not in our scope because it's something prior doing activity NPV and payback analysis. I'll just give a small overview videos to you, and probably within 2 minutes, just a small recap. Then we'll start today's session. In this right, I think you get just a small recap on NPV, and we'll do the same for this payback too, right? You see, that's the point that we are getting a return. There's a positive cash flow after that time, after year 5. So after year, fourth year, 5 year notes. Right. One more thing that I want to recap today about this small question. Sometimes you might remember the story, but right. I think you may get small revise on this, and if it is not in your memory cells, please go back and back again, get some revision on your work. right? So now we have discussed about this investment decision. Now there are a lot of not only this NPV and the payback period, there are a lot of criteria available for this investment decision, whether that I'm going for this investment or not, and when I get payback or some profit from this investment, right? There are different methodologies, mechanisms available, and mathematical functions available to check this investment decision, whether you can go for this investment or not. It's a decision point. Probably this decision is important once it comes to a situation that we are going for an investment, not getting from a client. So it's a client, usually the clients are doing this decision whether that we are getting this functionality for this cost or this time period or not, right? Then the next point is the project cost estimation. Here and onwards, the development company, the software development company starts from here. This is usually conducted by the client side, or if you are the investor, it might be your company. If you are the investor, it's the investor's decision to go for the decision or not. So once a decision is complete, if you get the decision properly, then we have to get the cost estimation. Today discussion will continue from here onwards. So once we have a cost estimation, we can have an approved budget. I'll discuss what is this approved budget. Simply the amount that we can spend in the project. And once the project is approved, we can start the project. While we are starting the continue the project, we want to control the cost, especially respect to the scope, because we know the schedule. If the schedule is overrun or it's out of the schedule, it might be a problem. At the same time, if too much cost, or if it is a loss, that is another problem. So we want to keep a cost control properly to have a success project closer. So today I'm going to discuss about these three factors one by one. A small introduction. First of all, cost estimation is the process of evaluation and provide a predicted value estimation for a project. Now, cost estimation is something that we don't know, because we don't purchase anything, we don't done any code at the moment, we haven't purchased any software license, none of labor cost is available. So it's a predicted value. It's a predicted value and a process of evaluation. Now we should have a proper process of evaluation, whether this project is feasible or not. Probably you have heard this feasibility study, right? And cost management factors, different cost management factors. Today we are going to understand this process of evaluation under the perspective of cost and the scope. Mainly scope means the schedule, right? And providing a value, how to perform the best fit or the best value for a project. So the cost estimation, simply a simple example, if you want to buy something from a supermarket or somewhere, according to the items that you are going to purchase and the quantities of the products that you are willing to buy, there's some rough estimation before you reach to the shop or the supermarket or the place. Now before you reaching, you just thinking about like this soap might be 60 rupees and this item might be around 40 rupees, right? So you know some understanding before reaching. Now you haven't reached still. Now, that's why this cost estimation is a predicted value, and there should be a scientific process of evaluation. What is the best fit? How to keep the cost in a proper control mechanism to avoid any major disasters into the client and the development company, both sides. I'm discussing all the time. It should be a win-win situation. Your client should win and the development company should win. So it's a win-win situation all the time. Both parties should win, right? So we have to have a proper evaluation. Then the process that establishes the policies, procedures and documentation for planning, managing, expending and controlling project costs as per the project management body of knowledge. They have discussed about these factors. What are these factors? The process that establishes the policies. We want to establish policies and procedures and documentation. Now we are focusing on three things once it comes to cost management. Policies. What are the policies that we want to develop, and what is the procedures? What are the procedures that we are going to follow for a success cost estimation? Documentation, especially once it comes to a project manager's head. Project manager's responsibility is to keep this documentation properly. For what? Planning, managing, expending and controlling. You want to plan the cost. You want to plan the policy. You want to plan the procedure. You want to plan the documentation. You want to manage it, right? You want to manage it. You can plan it properly. I'm going to I'm going to spend this much of amount. Now think a situation that you are a person getting 50,000 per month. You get an example. Now there's a plan for your expenses. I'm spending 25,000 for food, and I'm spending 10,000 for living for my house rental, and the rest of the amount I'm spending for my fund. Think a situation. That's your plan. That's your plan. But there might be a person who is willing to do some another plan for the same 50,000. Another person will do another different plan. I just spend 35,000 for my vehicle rental and 10,000 for food and rest for fun, right? That kind of planning, because it depends on the requirements and manage. Now your initial planning might be spending some amount. We will get an example, 25,000 for food. Now in the first 10 days continuously you ate pizza. I think it's 2,500. You ate 10 pizza continuously 10 days. First day pizza, night dinner, second day dinner, third day dinner, fourth, fifth, 10th day dinner. Then your money is, your allocation is empty. Your planning is gone wrong if you don't know, if you don't manage it properly, right? That's why I'm emphasizing in here. Planning must be perfect and managing must be perfect, right? And controlling the project cost, expending and the controlling. How you control? Now if it is allocated 25,000, it's your responsibility to either linear expense. That means each and every day now you are spending, I think get an example just for easy calculations, right? You have allocated 30,000 for your monthly food. What you can do per day, you can spend 1,000 each day. Then at the 30th day, perfect, all the money is gone. No worries. And you have another controlling mechanism. You don't spend 1,000 per day. You just spend 500 per day. Then there's a point. Your budget is now you have sufficient budget because you are spending just 500 for the first 10 days or the first 15 days. First half, you just spend 7,500. Yes, around 7,500. No, now the rest is remaining. What you can do, you can allocate more sophisticated food for the next 15 days. Or the other part, the first few days you are eating well, the rest is you are eating dull. Right? It depends on the situation that you are, but it should be a control the project cost. A given project, it might be a small scale or a large scale project, it is not something easier to estimate and plan and give a management for a project like food management. It's a personal expense, it might be really easy, but once it comes to a large scale project, or even it's a small scale project, 10 people are involving, think it's a small scale project, it's not a large scale project. For 10 people project also, it's not something easy, it's really hard to plan and manage the expenses. Right? Now we are going for understanding about this story, how to manage this properly. And this is highly dependent on the previous experience. Understand the financial estimations. Some people do have inbuilt skill for how proper financial estimations. They are giving like nearly highly accurate financial estimations. And it's mandatory to have a proper subject matter. What's the subject matter means? The domain that you are going to discuss. Your expenses are going, sorry, not the discuss, the expenses, right? The subject means you are going to uh, involve in uh, insurance. It might be food, it might be travel. What is the subject matter? What is the domain experience that you have? Because project management is always depends on highly risk. It depends on the risk. Everyone is on top of this risk. This risk can be minimized if you have good domain experience, if you are good in subject matter. Think a situation that you are going to develop a software for e-commerce, or it might be an educational application. Think a situation, if you don't have any experience in the subject matter, you might get into a trouble at the end of the day because you don't have experience. You don't know the subject, you don't know the activities that happening there. And changes during the development cycle. Now, usual scenario, now we have discussed about the agile development, and we have discussed about Six Sigma. Those stories are there, and though everything is like very shorter cycle and daily stand-ups are there, but there are changes during the development cycle. Now we have to understand, or we have to get initial understanding on this, the changes during the development cycle. So it's one of very important factor. Accurate cost estimations are impact for both development company and the client. Now, why we want to create a proper cost estimation? Because it depends on it's highly impacted for the development company, the software developers. I'm speaking about only the software development information systems perspective, but cost estimation is applied for everywhere, like civil engineering, electrical, mechanical, everywhere. This project cost estimations and project cost management is there. But as per our perspective, our concern is only just information systems, business information systems, and especially like software development related work related to the information systems. And the purchasing and the clients and the labors stuff is considered under our scope. So the development company, is getting into a trouble if the estimation is not perfect. Same effect for the client also, because client is planning this amount or this budget for this software product, but at the end of the day, if your cost estimation is incorrect, then client will get upset because I don't have this much of amount. I don't have this much of amount to give it to you through the development company. So the clients might get upset. So project manager's responsibility to make sure the development company is happy and the client also happy by giving perfect cost estimation. Now the importance of the estimation, overestimation at its effects. Now you know overestimation. Now you want to think your client required to develop a small system for small, we get a small exam application. We'll get an example. Very small exam application. It's just having two functions. First one is login. Then student can do the examination, and the backend, all the exam questions are loaded, preloaded questions are there. Just MCQs are there. That's it. Very simple application. It's not getting lot of work. So it might be very simple application. So if you give like $1 billion or rupees for this project, your client might definitely think twice. Your client might definitely think twice whether that is worth or not, because you should think about that clients are doing their payback analysis and return on investment and lot of other profit analysis. Lot of analysis are doing there by themselves. So you might lose that customer. Right? So you might lose the business. If it is over budget, then client will think, no, I'll find some another development company to develop this application. It's better than your company. Thank you. It's not a problem at all. That's your cost. It's fine. So we'll find some another development company. Now you have lost that business by giving this overestimation. And the second part is underestimation. Underestimation is if it is a complete e-commerce application, it's not a customized, it's not a template based or just simple application, CMS, not a CMS something. It's a complete end-to-end application, lot of functionalities. As a project manager, any questions? Right. As a project manager, you thought it's good to have this client. It's good to have this client. So I just hire, sorry, I just give very small amount because I just want to get this client. And you are giving $10,000 to complete application within 1 month. Okay. Now, though you given like $10,000 or rupees thing, now in the first few days you realized I'm unable to integrate this project in this amount. Your client is really happy because for 10,000 I'm getting a complete end-to-end application. Your client is really happy at the first point, but as a project manager, the development company, you are getting into a problem of budget overrun. In 10 days, your budget is finished. Now what you have to do? One option is asking from your client. Your client might be really upset. Why? You are going to terminate your agreement. There's an agreement for the work. I have given that agreement. I'm doing this work for 10,000 rupees. The second option is you have to do a free work for your client. Charity work without any profit, it's a loss. You have to do. If you started a charity work, your development company, the directors, board of directors, they'll ask why you have started a charity work. Again, the blame back to the project manager. If it is a loss of business, blame back to the project manager. Budget overrun, blame back to the project manager. So now it's a situation that project manager is getting to a trouble, getting into a problem, right? So it's your responsibility as a project manager, as your responsibility to give a perfect, at least nearly perfect. You can't give 100% accurate budget, right? We are discussing about that, and we are keeping some reserves to mitigate the risk. We'll discuss about that. But at least up to 80 to 90% accurate budget is mandatory, because client, if the project is like, if you ask for, if your project is 1 million and you just ask another 25,000, your client might never think about that 25,000. It's okay, right? And even if you overrun for 2 to 3 days, your board of directors won't ask, it's okay. For 2 days, it's okay. It's just a loss of 10,000. The client, that client is worth than us, then just 10 to 25,000. We'll recover it later on, right? But once it comes to a huge problem, it's a loss or an overrun. So project manager's responsibility to maintain nearly perfect budget other cost estimation. Now, accurate cost estimation helps to prioritize the project work. The first one is prioritize the project work. Now think a situation, task A, B and C are there. Task A requires 3 million and task B requires 1 million and task 3 requires 5 million. Now, as a project manager, you can do different approaches. You can start task A, then do B, then C. And you may think in a different manner like this. This task B is just around 1 million. So I just start from here. Then I do A, then I do C. Another option is you can start from task C, which is the heavy work or the heavy load. Load might be here. Task C, then I go to task A, then I back to task B. Now, whatever the option that you are selecting, the prioritizing the project work is not totally depend on the investment. It totally depends on the client's requirements and the client's wishes or the client's expectations. Think a situation, your client is first of all required task A, because as per the client's organization, they have revealed by investing this amount, they might get this 3 million within 5 days. Very, very good income after completing this task A. So first of all, you complete this task A because you have given this estimation. You have given this estimation. So they have realized, okay, this 3 million is not a problem at all, because we can completing this task A might helpful to complete this this task. By completing this task A is something easy to get this 3 million rather than completing task C and finding 5 million, or task B and completing task 1 million. This is the easiest way. So you are giving the estimations 3 million, 1 million and 5 million. Your client selected, okay, start the task. That's the prioritize the project work. That's the concept of prioritize the project work. And resource utilization. Right. What's the meaning of resource utilization? Resource utilization means human resource. The foremost and the most important factor for a company is human resource, because without human, a totally completed applications won't run in anywhere at the moment, right? In this year, still there's no 100% robot working companies. There might be a situation like after next century, there might be a situation totally robots are working. But at this point, human resource is the most important rather than the technology and other everything. Because human resource utilization should be perfect. If you estimate, now in common situation, uh, it's a fresher or an internship, or it might be an associate engineer, or it might be an engineer is comparatively low salary or low cost, right? But once it comes to an architect or a senior architect, a lead level person in the software industry, very cost. It might be around 500,000 to 600,000. It might be sometimes with the shares of 800,000, even 1 million in Sri Lanka. I'm speaking about in Sri Lanka. But once it comes to Singapore and other countries, it might be 2 to 5 million cost for hire people around 15 to 25 experience. They are like very costly. So as a project manager, you should think how many architects are involved, how many leads are involved, how many quality assurance people are involved, how many software developers are involved, how many user interface developers are involved, how many research people are involved. Because for continuous enhancement, there's a research, definitely research people required for companies. A lot of companies are getting lost because of they don't allocate a research person. They just give that chance to the clients. So the clients thinking, right, development team is doing the research and let us to know. Right? It's like an ambiguous situation, but somehow human resources, the important factor is how much you are spending for different people, right? Because it depends on the position, it depends on their workload, and it depends on how they interact with the project. Usually in a high level, I mean a person who is having like a lead consultant or lead consultant to above associate architect or an architect, so they might work on different projects. They usually don't work only a single project because uh, human resource utilization performs like 30% for project alpha and 60% for project beta and 10% for another project. Like, but once it comes to a software engineer, they might fully allocate it for a project because of this cost factor. That's the human resource utilization and hardware purchases. So usually I'm speaking about this direct and indirect costs related to project. In that time we'll discuss furthermore, but usually the hardware purchases is highly required for a project work because it provides the work to be done using this hardware, especially once it comes to a networking a component or a laptop purchasing, or it might be a new instrument, a hardware instrument required. At that time, you have to purchase a hardware. So that's another resource that you have to utilize for your project. Now, without hardware resources, you might unable to complete your work perfectly. So that's why I'm telling hardware purchases are required. If you have done proper estimation, that means you can purchase the best possible hardware. That means if you have your performance, if you are developing a mobile application, think a situation. If you are trying to install Android Studio and stuff, you can't work on a 4 GB RAM. You might need at least 8 GB RAM. So as a project manager, you should aware about these instances unless you might unable to purchase the perfect hardware for the software developer. At the end of the day, the software developer might say, I'm unable to work on this hardware component. Then you, as a project manager, you might get again blame why you haven't purchased the perfect hardware resource for me. I'm speaking about the same story continuously regarding this cost estimations are perfect. You should be a perfect cost estimator, at least 80%. Now, what are the attributes of good estimation? The first one is estimation should be realistic. If it is unrealistic, that means it's over budget or under budget, you might get into a problem definitely. This is a joint effort of both development team and the project manager, or the project management team, or the client company. Why? Because development team should provide the requirements to develop this application. Now, again, I'll get the same example of developing an Android application using Android Studio. Now, if you are a project manager, you have no idea about how much resource consumption for the Android Studio. You just purchased 4 GB with a 4 GB RAM and just i3 or i5 machine. Now, development team got this laptop after the purchasing. Then they'll tell, no, I can't work on this machine. So can you please upgrade this to like at least i7 with 8 GB RAM? Again, the project manager getting into a problem. To avoid that situation, you have to get the view or the actual requirements of the development team. You have to ask from the technical the person who is leading the technical team, what are your actual requirements? Is if it is a 8 GB RAM, or if it is a 16 GB RAM, or if it is a i9 or i7, or which generation, what is the actual requirement? So it's a joint effort. It's a joint effort. So development team should provide the proper estimation, the proper requirements to the project manager. Then project manager's responsibility is to provide an estimation upon the development team's requirement. But usually development team is requesting highly sophisticated components, softwares and stuff, right? Softwares, hardwares, everything. As a project manager, you should discuss with them the real requirement and talk to the real estimation, talk to the real development work. How much estimated requirements are there? The hardware requirements, software requirements are there. As a project manager, you should think that also, and should be accepted by all stakeholders. Now, as a project manager, you took the information from team and you have done a notice, and you are a different think you are purchasing 5 laptops for development team, and they have purchased around MacBooks. It might be 350. Think 10 350 MacBooks are there. As a project manager, you also say it's okay, we'll try. And it's not accepted by your client or some sort of stakeholders, your directors, even your internal directors might tell why you are purchasing MacBook. No need. You go for just laptop with DOS, install Ubuntu and let them to develop, because software developers no need to have that much of fancy work, and they want to develop the application, right? So what you have to do, you have to cut off that total amount and back to again for just laptop with a DOS or something, and install Ubuntu. So no license fee for Windows or any other license fees. It's free. Ubuntu, once you installed, your cost is gone down, and development team is it should be okay, because software developers should familiar with Linux environment. It's not something hard. They just can do their work. Right? That's why they are accepted by all stakeholders. It's everyone's responsibility. Stakeholder means it might be the client, it might be the internal directors, the board of directors, It might be the project manager, it might be software developer, or it might be the customer or the person who is at the end of the day working. It should be accepted by all. It's not a approval of a single person, everyone's responsibility. Decision is based on the relevant project experience. Experience of the size, technology, functions, etc. What is this? Decision is based on the relevant project experience. Now think a situation. You are a person who is having a multinational company with 10,000 people under you. 10,000 people under you. You have experience of very high size of company or the team. Think you are just work your entire life in a small startup. It might be 5 to 10 people there. Small scope or the small project scopes might not applicable for large scale projects like 5,000 people are working or 10,000 people are working. It might not perfect. Those strategies are different. That's why I'm telling always go for it at least for the first few years. Go for a company with well reputed and with large scale projects, not just a startups. Right? And it's something advice for you, because probably next year or first end of this year you might go to your internship and you might start your career. So go for a large company. Don't think about the amount that you are getting, but the experience and the exposure for a large scale projects are important. Multinational, especially once you are working with a multinational, your teams are located in different countries, and you might realize how to work with them, how to discuss with them, and you might get good experience. Especially, I know you are not joining in the first job as a project manager. Probably you might join as a software developer, software engineer. In different names are there, right? Fancy names are there. One of the fancy name will fit for you. User interface. So full stack engineer. Everything is like, for me, it's like the same story with small differences, not much. But once it comes to a large scale company, you will get a good experience, what you have to do, and good processes you will follow. You'll understand about the entire industry in bird's eye view. It's a good opportunity to work around at least 2 to 3 years. Then you will resign and start your business, small startup. That's the best fit, right? Then the technology, right? Back to the story. Now the decisions is based on the relevant project experience. What's the meaning of this relevant project experience mean under the technology? Now you are a project manager. Now you don't have to go into a code. You don't have to go into a code. You just want to understand the technology, the buzzwords, the basic buzzwords in technology. That's it. There's a technical leader who is conducting all the technical related stuff. You don't want to worry, but there's a small dependency. It's obvious the project managers are always depend on this technical people, right? Can't get out, and at the same time technical people are depends on the project managers, right? It's like a coupled situation. We can't get out one. And technological aspects is important, because think a situation that you are going to purchase a license of like $100,000, but you might found the extract same functionality and extract same work can be done in a free and open source software. So if you have some sort of understanding on this technology, then there's no worries. You just jump into that technology and work. And decision based on the functionalities. What is the functionality? Back again to the story of the domain experience. Now think you have some experience in telecommunication. You know how the communications are happening. Think a situation that you have experience in travel. It's not something like just anyone can jump to do a job. There's a ticket reservation, lot of work, hospitality management, travel, food, accommodation, lot happens in there. If you don't have any experience in the functionality wise, different functionalities, you might get into a problem again. So that's the decision based on the relevant project experience. Now, if you have good experience on the size and the technology with the functionalities, and many more functionalities are there, if you have that kind of things, then that means your estimation accuracy is getting into high. Risk and success area of project is considered. Now, you know, each and every project, there's a risk. Even in your personal life expenses, if you do an estimation, probably it's really hard to achieve, right? And success areas. If you are a person who has handled around 10 projects in last 3 years, you have got good understanding on the functionalities in the domain and what are the risks that I'm getting time to time, and what are the success areas of my previous projects, right? Those are the good attributes. Now, your estimation, prior to the estimation, you have to think about the risk and success areas of the project. Now, it might be not the exact same project area, but same project you won't get, but you might get another project which is having similar functionalities, nearly similar functionalities. So you can apply the same concepts for risk and success areas. Now, what are the steps in cost management? The first one is estimation of the cost estimation objectives. Now, cost estimation objectives. What are these objectives? Cost estimation objectives. Cost estimation objectives are the objectives that are defined by the client as well as the development company. Right? Now, both companies are responsible to have these proper objectives. Now, if I tell a situation like a meaning, a proper meaning for your cost estimation. Now, right now, cost estimation objectives are your client is defining my cost, my amount that I'm going to spend should be worth in this manner. And your development company, as a development company, you are telling my estimation objective is like having these kind of things. It might be short term, it might be long term, whatever. And generate a project plan regarding to the data resources. Now, you know, there's a project plan, and definitely we have a proper plan, the deliverables, and we have SRS. We have discussed about SRS well, and work breakdown structure. So all of these are getting into a project plan regarding to the data resources. Now, what are the resources that we are having? What are the resources available with us? And what are the things that we don't have at the moment? Now, these things are the generate the project plan, the regarding to the data sources are important, because we want to generate proper plan, then only we can go for a proper budget or an estimation. The third point is discuss the software requirement. Now your software requirement is not something perfect. It's subject to take change after 3 weeks. Now your requirement is not confident enough. If you are a project manager, please wait. Or if you have your client is telling after 3 weeks I'll confirm it. Meanwhile, you may develop. Then you have to negotiate again back with the client. Okay, we'll start the application. If something gone wrong, you have to pay this amount. It might be the actual amount, but there's an additional amount you have to pay if your requirements are changing. Then no problems at all, because if you are the project manager and your client is changing all the time requirements and you are the project manager accepting everything regardless of telling anything, because you have fear that client might lose. But don't worry, don't worry, no need to think about that situation. If your client is requirements are changing too much, then you should have a proper plan to recover your amount. If it is recovered, if it is a high budget and your client is changing, and if you, still you are getting sufficient profit, still then it's okay. It's not a problem at all. But if it is a marginary project, you are telling right perfect, it's like marginary project, you know, the profit margin is very low, then your requirement should be like perfect, unless you have to get that amount from your client. You have to tell, you have to communicate it before the agreement. Finding more details about the software system feasibility. Now, development company, as a development company, you should perform a proper uh, application development for the client. But usually your client might not aware with this feasibility study. Your client might tell, I just want to develop something like this. But once it comes to a large scale project, it's not a problem at all, because they have different people to handle this feasibility work and the requirement work. So no worries at all, right? But once it comes to a small scale project, you should have a discussion with your client before the cost estimation. The feasibility study cost, right? Then the fourth point in the cost management is finding more details about the system feasibility. It might be feasible for this cost. It might be feasible for this cost. The fifth step is use several independent cost estimation techniques to capitalize the strength. Several independent cost estimation techniques. We are going to discuss about cost estimation techniques. Independent cost estimation techniques. Today we are going to discuss about these cost estimation techniques, and you can employ different estimation techniques and find the best fit for your problem. Compare different estimations and iterate the estimation process. Now, there are situations that you can have different estimates can be get. Pessimistic estimation, optimistic, and average. Likewise, you can have different estimations. And we are supposed to discuss today about these estimations and the scientific mechanism for these different estimations, how to get a proper estimate at the end of the day, and iterate the estimation process. There's a specific mechanism for this iteration process for the estimation. Today we are going to discuss about that also under this cost management. Monitor the actual cost and the progress when the project started, and provide the feedback result to the project manager. Now this is the cost control or the cost monitor. Right? Now this is the cost monitoring, because whenever you have initially allocated, think a situation you have allocated 10,000 rupees for a project for 30 days, you should have a proper baseline to have when you are going to spend. It might be spent. It might be spent 3 days, 5. Rest of the thing equally distributed. That means divide by everything. Likewise, you can discuss about this monitoring, and it depends on the monitoring mechanism. And today we are going to discuss about the monitoring factors too a little bit deeper. Now, basic things, the first 4 basic things are like common once it comes to the cost management. These 4 steps are like common situations. These situations, 4 situations are like these 4 like common situations, but these 3 we need to go into a little bit thorough understanding, especially once it comes to project management, like project cost management, estimation techniques, and the iteration processes that we can follow, and different estimations, and cost monitoring. These are the features that we are, or the topics that I'm going to mainly focus today discussion. Now, importantly, if you don't have a work breakdown structure, I have discussed that also a few weeks back. What is work breakdown structure? It's a definitely it's a mandatory requirement for a project is a work breakdown structure. What are the functionalities that you are going to do? Under which circumstances? I think you can remember this work breakdown structure, because we need to define HR cost and asset cost. What are the license that we are going to purchase? What are the hardware? What is the external labor we are going to hire? These kinds of things are important. And now we are going to discuss about some empirical models related to cost. Now up to here, just I have given some sort of overview of the cost estimation. Now next part I'm going to discuss about some empirical models related to cost estimations. Discussion will be conducted mainly 2 parts. First one is the empirical models. The second part is based on PMBOK, PM project management body of knowledge. So I'm not telling to follow I'm not telling which one to follow. It's your responsibility as a project manager to follow according to the situation. But you should learn everything, even some latest cost models are available, especially once it comes to agile development cost models. But I'm not going to discuss that much of recent and still under construction. It's not fully confirmed mechanisms, but I'll discuss about most widely used techniques, tools, and stuff related to cost estimations. Now the first one, empirical models. The first one is use the previous data used to estimate the current project. Now, what's the meaning of this? Previous data means you are going to estimate current project based on the previous experience project. Now think a situation that you have developed last year. You have developed a project for a client. This project is a e-commerce application. It's an e-commerce application. So you have some experience on this, the previous project data. Who are the people involving there? How much budget was got? Any thing that we lose? What makes the project most success? Everything we do have. Based on that data, we can estimate a new e-commerce application. We got another e-commerce application. It might be not the exact same functionality. It might be a little bit different, but it's okay at all. And it's estimate the current project. It estimates the current project. You can give good experience, good cost for your client because you have good experience in previous project data. One such kind of model is COCOMO, where I'm not going to in detail of this COCOMO, but it's interest to, if it is interest, please go through this model. I'm not going to discuss further, but somehow I just in interest to discuss about the cost based on the software size, because we are following estimation techniques. If it is a estimation technique based on the software size, then you should know how to find the software size. Different matrices are available. I'm going to discuss one today, a little bit deeper, lines of code. Now, most of the cost models are based on different measurements related to quantities of software product. Examples are lines of codes, functional points. Functional points, again, I'm not going to go into a little bit deeper. There's a separate, I'll share a link with you. There's a separate organization. We are giving an overview, but lines of code we'll discuss now a little bit deeper. Right. Lines of code. Now, how many lines you need to write a print statement in Java, Python, and PHP? Let's just turn. Can you please let me know how many lines you need to write print statement? It's just hello world. I'm not asking deeper things. There are 3 languages: Java, Python, and PHP. Yes, your turn, please. Can you please tell me? Java, Python, PHP. I think you all have done some work in these all 3 languages. I'm just asking a print statement. Hello world. Print statement එක hello world එකක් ලියන්න ඔයගලන්ට line code line කීයක් ලියන්න ඕනද මේ languages වලින්?
Python වලට 1යි, PHP 2යි, Java නම් මතක නැහැ.
Any other? Any other one to take? Now think you are a project manager. Someone asked to give an estimation to write hello world. Even no one asked, right? No one asked to write hello world. Think a situation like that. What would be happen? You are giving estimation over budget or under budget. Now this is the situation. If you don't know the lines of code, if you don't know how much is the size of your project, you might get into trouble. Java, you just have main class, public class ABC, public static void main string args with the brackets, then system.out.println within brackets hello world double quotation, then a colon double curly braces are closed. That's Java. If it is Python, it's just print within brackets double quotation hello world, one single line. PHP, diamond question mark echo double quotation hello world double quotation closed semicolon, then question mark diamond bracket triangle. Now think a situation like 5 million lines of codes are there. You don't know anything in Java, you don't know anything in Python, you don't know anything in PHP. As a project manager, that's the normal situation. As a project manager, they don't know anything. How many lines? There's a dependency. There's a dependency with the technical team. The technical lead is telling 5,000 lines of code, rough estimation. Even the lead can't tell exactly how many lines of code. If it is hello world, everyone knows because you have done that code. You done that code, right? If you don't done any coding at all, you can't give any estimation at all because you don't know your. Now think a situation like F sharp or Scala, probably very rare because people don't know. Currently Python and R is little bit popular. Time back, it's like it's not much popular. So it's hard to give an estimation. And especially depends on the other functionalities features available in that language. So the developer who should having good understanding on the language and the packages and the functionalities available, then the software engineering team lead can give like good estimation of lines of code. Now once it comes to project manager's job, you know you got some understanding from your technical lead, yeah, at least some rough estimation. Now think a situation, I'm starting from there, right? I'm starting from there, then only I can do the work. Now we'll do a small work. How many lines of code in the following code? This is a simple code. How many lines of codes are available? Any answers? How many lines of codes are available in this code? This is a small code snippet. Just PHP to X and Y addition is there, then echo R, then there's a break, then again X is assigned to 80, then echo, that's it. Now the situation. Lines of code, how much, how many codes are there? You can chat with me, obviously. If you are here to speak, you can chat with me. Probably chatting is enabled, right? Yes. Anything? Any understanding? You can chat with me. It's okay. Now lines of code is given, the code file is given for you. It's easier. Or you can send an email to me. If you don't like to chat, just simply send an email to me.
Sir, LOC can what?
Lines of code. Lines of code. Okay. Now, right. I have different answers. Good. Thank you for involving. Now we'll get number of lines in the editor. You may say it's 25 lines. 1 to 25 lines are available, right? 25 lines are available. Number of comments. Now this is a comment, right? This is a comment. You know, each and every programming language, there's a specific way to perform a commenting, right? It might be double slashes. If it is Python, again this is like this, Java again like this, PHP, yes, both. uh, Somehow there's a commenting mechanism, or it might be a star, right? Number of lines in line 18, there's a comment. Number of white spaces, there are 3 white spaces available. 1, 2, 3. Got the point? 1, 2, 3 lines are available. Now, according to that, how we can calculate the lines of code? 25, the total number of lines of in the editor, minus number of comments, minus white spaces. So altogether, it's the lines of code is 21. Got the point? What you have to do, you have to find the lines of code in the editor, subtract white spaces and comments. That's how you find lines of codes in a code file. I think it's clear. Now next we'll go for now before or the prior we starting the project, we don't know the lines of code. Think a situation in here, we know, right? We have developed this code and no need to worry about the lines of codes, right? Because we can calculate it easily. There's a small equation and we can get the solution. But the problem is, once it comes to lines of code, without starting the coding even, think a situation now you are going to develop a complete e-commerce application. A complete e-commerce application. How many lines of codes you might require? You have no idea. You have no idea what's the language. Think you are developing using front end by React and back end by Spring Boot, and middleware using some sort of like different gateways available. Now you don't have any idea, right? You don't have any ideas, right? So what you can do is you can use this expert judgment mechanism and the parent mechanism. There's a small equation. What is this equation defines is SL means the lowest possible lines of codes. Now you are the technical architect. You are the technical architect or you are the technical lead, the person who is leading the software development team, and you are telling minimum it might be this much of lines in the code. Highest possible, the maximum lines it might be this much of codes, and average, the most likely it might be this much. SL. What you have to do? SL plus SH plus 4 into SM divided by 6. This is the equation. You may get nearly accurate lines of code using this equation, but it highly depends on the person's experience on a given specific language and given functionality. Now take a situation, now you are going to give this estimation. Can you give the estimation for an e-commerce application? You haven't developed any e-commerce application at the moment. You don't have any idea. Can't, right? Can't. Now think a situation, a person who is having 25 years experience in e-commerce industry and having good coding experience too, apart from management skills. Now he might give like nearly good possible, lowest possible number and highest possible as well as the average. You may apply this functionality for a single person as well as for different teams also. You can apply and you can get the average. It's bit a hard job role for project managers, but since they don't involve that much of deeper, but they just get some rough estimation. Now don't think about this story. Think a situation now, how much you want to spend for today dinner, the lowest minimum. You might tell it might be 60 rupees to 75 rupees. We'll get 75 rupees. Maximum, you might tell 15,000. Right? But the usual situation, since it's lockdown, lot of things are blocked. You can't purchase even a loaf of bread. So it might be, I'll buy some fried rice around 350. That's your estimation, right? Think a situation from your perspective. I'm not telling the estimations of mine, right? I'm telling just my estimations. For my dinner, I'm thinking minimum it might be 60 rupees to purchase a loaf of bread and get some dal curry for 15 rupees, right? And have that dinner. That's the lowest possible. And the highest possible, I'll order from Cinnamon Grand for 50,000, a grand dinner. Still it's available, but I don't have 50,000, so I just rejected. And third option, the most likely, I just order a fried rice from vegetable fried rice from a good reputed restaurant around near me, Red Balloon or something, right? Then I'll have that 350 around. So the most likely might be the possibility, the highest possibility. But once it comes to, I'm telling the story to understand, right? Highest possible, lowest possible, and the average. But once it comes to a source code, you can't tell like meal. It's very confusing. It's something really hard. So you need expertise, judgment, someone who is having experience in software industry around there, at least 15 years experience in coding experience, a person who is having code continuously, right? Then it's not a problem at all. It's not a problem at all. Now this is the equation. Just you apply the values and get the output. You might get at least good accurate than just telling the lines of code. After applying this function, you might get some good estimated value. Now there's a small question for you. Can you please try? I'll give around 3 minutes. Please, can you please chat with me the answer? It's just apply the value and get the answer. That's it, right? So you don't want to worry too much. Just spend 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, and let me know the answer. මේ වෙනකන් මොන හරි කරපු ඒවායේ අපහැදිලි දැනක් තියෙනවා නම් චුට්ටක් අහන්න මම මිනිත්තුවකින් දෙකකින් වගේ කියලා දෙන්න. උඹලට මේ වෙනකන් කරපු ඒවායේ මොන හරි පුංචි ගැටලු තියෙනවා නම් මම ටක් ගාලා කියලා දෙන්න. දැනට කලේ estimation techniques ගන්න විදිය, ඊට පස්සේ ඉස්සරම කතා කරපු දේවල් වලදී කතා කළේ මේ හොඳ estimation එකක් ගන්න කොහොමද, ඊට පස්සේ estimation එකක තියෙන වැදගත්කම් අන්නේ වගේ දේවල් ටික තමයි මුලින්ම කතා කළේ. ඊළඟට තමයි දැන් මේ කතා කරන්න යන්නේ estimation ගන්න විදිය ගැන. ඒකේ පළවෙනි මේ empirical method එකක් COCOMO model එක COCOMO කියන එක කතා කළා. COCOMO වලට බේස් වෙන්නේ අතරම මේ lines of code කියන දේ. එතකොට ඒකයි මම මේ lines of code කියන එක ඔයගලන්ට emphasize කරන්නේ. එතකොට ඔයගලන්ට COCOMO කොයි හරි වෙලාවකදී ගාණක් හදා ගන්න ඕන වුණොත් එහෙම COCOMO වලින් ගාණ හදා ගන්න හරි lazy lines of code දැනගත්තාම. ඒක තමයි මුලින්ම කතා කළේ. මොන හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න මම explain කරන්න ඔයගලන්ට. ගැටලුවක් තියෙනවා නම්.
Hello sir.
Yes.
Sir, මේ දැන් අපි coding standards follow කරද්දී සාමාන්‍යයෙන් white spaces තියන්න ඕනනේ. එතකොට අපි code line එකේදී ඒක ignore කරනවද නැත්නම් calculate කරනවද?
Ignore කරනවා.
Okay. Thank you sir.
Can I have answers? just apply the function. Average LOC is given, just 4 into this value, then 20 plus this is the optimistic and this is pessimistic. Optimistic means the optimum value and pessimistic is the worst value. Provide an estimation for the LOC for the function. Now these values are given by your technical team, technical lead, or it might be a technical leading team, a set of architects, set of technical leads who is having expertise in the industry, domain level experience and the programming level experience. Once you join for as a Java developer, you might your career is continuously a Java developer. You don't want to develop time to time Java, Python, and time PHP. No need, right? You just run in a one single path. If you are joining as a UI developer, you might working on JavaScript currently, React, Vue, or Angular mainly, and especially like HTML5, CSS3, JavaScript and stuff also there. And if you are joining as a backend developer, you might database developer, right? Database developer, you might work in MongoDB, MySQL, MS SQL, Oracle. Oracle is one of right, prominent database technology. So whatever, after 15 years, you might get good experience, right? Now you don't have experience, but after 15 years, if you are running in the same track, you might get good experience because you have done 365 into 15 years of code. So why I get 365 all the year? Because software developers are working all the year, right? Very rarely, if it is a like, if you feel it's a free day, it's not a free day at all. In the first few years, it might be a free day, but after 5 years, there's no free days. If it is a free day, you have to do that work in some another day. That's the story, right? That's the reality in software industry, right? That's the reality in software industry, right? Can I have the answers? කොහොමද ඔයගොල්ලන්ගේ මට මේකට answers කියන්නේ හරි පුංචි දෙයක් තියෙන මේක 59 20 120 apply කරලා 6 බෙදලා ගන්න තියෙන්නේ. ඒතකොට තමයි LOC එක එන්නේ. Hard. අමාරුයිද මේක? Is this hard question? So what you have to do? 59 comes to here, right? Then LOC comes to here. 120 comes to here. Just 20 plus 120 plus 4 into 59 divide by 6. What's the answer? 60 something. All right, 62.22. Okay, now 0.22 you can remove point values because we can't keep point values in codings. So what you have to tell, it's 62. Thank you. Right. That's how you just telling your lines of code. Now, what are the disadvantages? It depends on the language. The foremost disadvantage is it depends on the language. Now, you can develop an application using think any e-commerce application or just a web application. Think it's just a web application. I'm not going to too much deep. I'm just telling just simple web application. You can develop using Java. You can develop using Python. You can develop using C#, right? I'm getting PHP, right? PHP, I'm getting PHP. All the languages are providing support for this web application development. And there are frameworks too, like C# provides some other framework, Java provides some another framework, Python provides some another framework. Each and every language provides their own frameworks like Django, Spring Boot, different are there. It depends on the language. If it is Python, it might be 35,000. If it is Java, it might be 150. If it is C#, it might be 125 lines of code. I'm telling just rough values, right? I'm not going through the code. I'm not telling complete web application and what are the functionalities. I'm just telling some basic web application to develop this simple basic web application. Now it depends on the language. So once you're selecting the language, it's your responsibility to make sure the technical team to motivate have most sophisticated. That means minimum lines of code, highest functionality. If you want to write 1,000 codes to get one work done, and there's another language who's supposed to do that same work with 10 lines or 5 lines, you just select that 5-line work. If it is cost, still it's okay. If there's a cost, still it's okay. There might be not a big cost. If it is a high cost, you can do a cost benefit analysis and come to there. But I'm just telling, like, basically it might be not a problem at all. There are situations, there are different frameworks available in the world, right? So it depends on the language. Now we have discussed about one point, COCOMO model, COCOMO, and how these LOC are working. And there's another one is functional points. This is very complex mechanism to get estimations, measurements based on the functionalities of the program. There are different functionalities available. Think a situation like login function, logout function, add to cart, checkout. Likewise, functionalities are available. So all the functionality, the measurements are based on these functionalities. And there's a separated functional point counting practice manual to maintain this calculate latest functional points. I'll share that link with you. If you're really interested, please go through these functional points. It's not something easy. It's really hard, weird, very hard to understand, and but it provides good accuracy because it involves a lot of aspects, especially once it comes to problems based on the functionalities. Right? And now that's these functional points. I'm not going in detail on these functional points, just giving some understanding about functional points. There's values are assigning. According to that values, you are giving this much of estimation might be there. It's a rough estimation. Again, it's a rough estimation with accuracy of around 85% of accuracy. There's another mechanism called Delphi, right? Now, time back I told there's a mechanism for iterating the processes or the cost estimation model. This is the Delphi method, is the method that iteratively finding cost estimation. Now we'll discuss about this. The first one, there are steps to follow in the Delphi method. The coordinator presents each expert with specification and a form to record the estimations. Now, now there are 5 experts in your company. Now there are 5 experts in your company who has experience, some previous experience to develop e-commerce application, to develop an e-commerce application. Now there are 5 experts available in here. 5 experts available here. Coordinates, project coordinator. In each and every project there's a project coordinator. Sometimes you may heard like PMO, right? Different names are available for these coordinators who is coordinating the project, right? This is not the project manager, this is the project coordinator. That person presents some sort of form. Yes, any question? Right now, right, the coordinator presents each expert with a specification and a form. Now there's a software requirement specification, SRS, you know about that, and there's a estimation record. After reading this software specification, experts might able to give some sort of estimation for this project. Now think there are 5 students in this class. Now you all having experience in software industry 15 years to 25 years. You may record the estimations based on your experience. You might be a person just 15 years experience, but the continuously all the 15 years you are in the same domain. We'll get an example. You have been working on e-commerce domain 15 years continuously. So your experience is very deep. And there might be another person who is having 25 years in IT industry experience, but he has like 5 to 10 years in e-commerce application environment. So the experience of the other industries also having that person. Now that kind of expertise are available. You might really hard to find an expertise in a specific domain in 25 to 50 years. It's really hard to find a person continuously in a single domain, because you know these are software development is basically conducting by private sector, and the employees in private sector is willing to have more money. Their motto is having more money, so they work 3 years in one industry and leave. I don't want this amount. I want more money. They leave to another company. They leave to another company. They leave to another company. Likewise, that's normal scenario, right? That's normal scenario. It's not something weird, especially when it comes to software development. But if you are like in railway, you might find a person who is having like 35 years experience in railway, same job done 35 years continuously. There are people, I personally know, 35 years continuously he has done only one job, very limited domain, very limited experience. But if you have many experience, it's not good, but you should go into deeper, right? That's why I'm telling manage it. Now if you have good experience in different domains, like at least 2 to 3 domains, you might be a good person. But all 2 to 3 domains, you should have good domain expertise, not only the software. Once it comes to a software development company, initially at your point of view, you might think if I can do the coding well, I might be the best fit. That's not the story. You should have some domain expertise also. Then only you can understand the business requirements properly. Then only you can interpret the requirements properly. Right? That's the expertise job. Now think today and go in career ladder and be an expert in one specific or 2 specific domains. Right? Now think a situation. Now back to the story. In the Delphi method, a coordinator is presenting about these things. Then each expert fills from form individually without discussing with others, and it's allowed to ask coordinators the question. Now this is not like you know, in Sri Lanka what we call that what we call that. Sirasa is, there's a singing star or something. What is that? Sirasa, not superstar. Superstar, not some teen, no, voice teen, right? Voice teen. This is not like voice teen, because in voice teen you may see it's interfered, right? The others are disturbing for the decision, right? Sometimes someone is all of a sudden get out from the chair and press the buttons, right? So it's a interference. Now this is not something like that. This is individual attention, right? This is individual attention. Individually you are giving. You know why? There's a psychological proven. If the first one is giving good chances, the second one will also give good chances. I will give an example. If you have good marks in your first year and second year, you might get higher possibility to get high marks in third year. Because if the same lecturers are in the same panel are there, they have some idea about you. In the first year you have done greatest job, second year you have greatest job, third year you might be get the greatest job back again. Very rarely not. Right? That's the psychological effect. If it is a new person, coming into your third year projects, they have no idea about your first year and second year, then that person might give unbiased results for you. This is happening in universities. I have experienced that. Right? This is happening in majority of the cases. First year, second year, best students are getting best marks in third years also. And if it is worst, in the same story. But this is not. Each expert is doing their individual work. It's independent, isolated work. And it's allowed to ask any question from the coordinator regarding the SRS. Any question from the coordinator. The coordinator prepares a summary of all estimates from the experts, including mean and median, and the firm requesting another iteration, expertise, estimation, and rationale for the estimations. Now, after this expertise providing their intuition, their expert judgment, or their values or the estimations, then coordinator would be able to get these statistics and prepare a report. This is the mean, this is the max, this is the average, and this is the mean, this is the median, this is that, and how, and everything is in their form, because it's a formal documentation. Right? Finally, you may repeat this step continuously until you are getting most smoother version, because you might get some solution like this. Initially, the first round, your variance, you know what's variance? The value that is vary from how much it vary, difference, move, right? Move to one side, right? It might be depend on the expertise of the subject matter expertise, or it might be some sort of problem understanding or the SRS understanding, these kind of situations. So you might have, project coordinator should have go through few rounds by preparing and getting most smoother version before going the cost estimation. So this is one of best method that can have. If you can find best expertise in the industry, and if you can find few people to perform this task, but it's really hard to find this kind of people. Domain expertise, code expertise, technical expertise, like really hard to find. 5 to 10 people finding is like nightmare. It's really hard. That's the reality. So there are advantages and disadvantages too. Like the accuracy might be really high, and it's a good solid starting point. And disadvantages might be finding this kind of domain expertise. Right? These kinds of things are there. Right. Now we'll get around 10 minutes break. right? We'll get 10 minutes break and we'll back to the seat. Now it's 10:30, right? Yes, it's 10:30. 40, right? I start 10:40 the lecture back again. Okay. If you have any questions, meanwhile, you can ask. I'll definitely help you. I think you are back again. Now there is another one that using under this software matrices Asted's software metrics. So I'm not going to discuss this a little bit further because it's almost depreciated. Currently, very rarely it's using, so I'm not going to discuss. But something valuable is you have to learn cost estimations based on this PMBOK. So you know what is this PMBOK? Project management body of knowledge. And there are different steps according to PMBOK. The first one is estimate cost. Then once you estimate the cost, you can determine the budget. The last point is cost control. So these three steps are involving in cost management, project cost management. We will discuss one by one in next few slides. Cost estimation. Now there are two types of cost types are available. First one is direct. A direct cost. What do you mean by a direct cost? Is the cost has a direct connection with the project. Examples are software license, some hardware purchases. I will give an example. If you want to develop a software project or software, and that project requires a specific software license. I'm not specifying which kind of license. Yeah, some license, software license. I think you know what's a software license. So why we are purchasing that software license? Because of this project. Why we are purchasing that license? Because of this project. So that means that license is purchased for this project. So that means a direct connection of that expense with the project. And the other part, indirect cost. The cost is having indirect connection with the project. Example is office preparation, purchase in telephones, especially like long-term organizational goals are merged with the project. Those are the indirect costs. Now think a situation that you are going to do a startup. And for that startup, you are creating a high-speed infrastructure for networks. Now, you got a project. Why you creating this high-speed internet created infrastructure for your office? Because of this project. But once you set up this infrastructure, it might used by the other projects too in the organization. If you purchase set of telephones, it might used by the other projects too. Even the project is project is closed. But there's a connection in between. Now your project is getting some help of this high-speed internet infrastructure. We can't say we don't want. It's wanted for the project, but it's not only for the project. At that time, costs we are telling as indirect cost. So there are mainly two cost types are available, direct and indirect. Now cost estimation is like a flow. There are a set of inputs available as per PMBOK. Cost management plan, HRM plan, scope baseline, and blah blah blah. And these are the tools and techniques: expert judgment, Jagland, Lagos, parameter, bottom-up estimation, 3-point reserve analysis. These tools can be used for the cost estimation, tools and techniques. And at the end of the day, you might get an at the end of the day, you might get an output of activity cost estimations, basis of estimations, project documents update. So this is something that you are doing somehow. Now, inputs and outputs are like common for these stories. I just want to emphasize in here the tools and techniques related to cost estimation. The tools and techniques. First one is expert judgment, then analogous estimation, parametric estimation, 3-point estimation, reserve analysis. So I'm going to discuss about few of them in my next slides. You may see these are the techniques that I'm going to discuss now. The first one, expert judgment. This is a technique or a judgment that involves based on experts' knowledge and skill. Experts' knowledge and skill means a person who is having good domain expertise in a specific domain like shipping industry, or it might be banking, or it might be telecommunication, whatever the industry, that person is having good knowledge after staying in the same domain around 15 to 20 years. And having skills too. The skills are improved each and every year. Because of this improvement, you can give some sort of judgment by looking at a glance. Now, I will give a simple example for this expert judgment. Have you seen like contractors, like home development contractors, like home development contracts? Definitely you will build a house in near future and you may realize this story, right? You just having a plan from one of architect, then you ask from some of your non contractor how much cost might be for this plan. He just opening the plan, right? Even he don't use a calculator, right? He don't use a calculator. He just looking at the diagram. It's just a blueprint of the entire house. Nothing is there. Then he's giving like for this build you might need this much of sand, this much of cement, this much of what we call human resource. Everything is like giving all of a sudden, and this might if it is continuous, we can finish this house within 2 months. For roof you have to find this person, for electricity you have to find this person. Everything like it's like a computer, right? That's the expertise. Now if you go for a quantity surveyor and getting a BOQ, if you like there's a estimation, it's like nearly accurate. It's like nearly accurate. Even the quality assurance, quantity surveyors are doing lot of math and getting the values. Right? The expertise are telling without doing anything, even without a calculator, they're just giving the estimations. That's the expert judgment. There are people, right? You have to find that kind of expertise to build your house, definitely, right? They're having good experience. Without experience, they can't. They have built more than 1,000 houses sometimes, so they know. They're just looking at the plan. They are telling extract, like nearly extract. Very small additional amount they have given. Everything is like perfect. I was like wonder. Really nice people, right? That's the expert judgment. Now, what are the problems in this expert judgment is applicable for same project size in both previous project and current project. Now think if it is in a software development project, you have to find the same size in previous project and the current project. Both should be like not exactly, nearly same. It should be like nearly same. And the second problem is hard to find expertise for each project. Now, if you are a company who is supposed to develop educational applications and you got a project to develop an application for healthcare. Now, it's really hard to find the expertise all of a sudden. All of a sudden, you can't find an expertise. Right? And the third point is non-linear relationship between the project cost and the system size. If it is a linear relationship, no worries, we can derive using a mathematical equation. But unfortunately, the relationship in between project cost and the team size is totally different. Because project cost increases does not affect the system size. Or in the other way around, system size increases is not effect for the project cost. Why is that so? System size is increasing, usually should be project cost be increased, right? Project size system increasing. Think a system is getting very large system and project cost should be like increased, like normal situation. But let me suggest or suppose propose something to you. The system is too high and what you are going to do, you are using a content management system, a CMS, which is pre-built, pre-cooked software, pre-built software. Majority of the functionalities are there. You just configure it and hand it over. Problem solved. You can customize it. You can customize the CMS easily. That's why system size is increasing is not effect for the project cost, but at the same time, project cost increasing is not effect for the system size, because the project cost might be allocated for some hardware resources or some sort of networking devices, that kind of things, or some sort of domain expertise, highest paid person's opinion, right? That's the project cost increasing. It's interdependent, but there's a small dependency, definitely, right? Small dependency. But there's a non-linear relationship. When the project size increase, then the estimation should be increased accordingly. Then you are in a safe side. Then you are in a safe side. Why? Now, next few slides we are discussing about the reservations. Then the risk can be minimized. Because unless as a project manager, you have to face for unwanted risks. That's another problem related to expertise judgment. Analogy costing or reference classes, sometimes you might heard. Consider cost for the similar past project, which is happened in the past project. Then we can use estimation can be used. There's no any person involved in here, right? Now the person, the previous situation, in here the expertise judgment is involved based on a person or set of people. But once it comes to analogy, it depends on the project. It is independent from the expertise. It's not asking about the independence. If it is expertise are there, it's perfect, right? But it's not dependent. But in the previous case, it's a dependent case. And here, estimation can use whole project or sub functionalities. Costing for login functionality. Previous project we have estimated $100,000 for login, but actually it was cost $50,000. And you can give an estimation for current project $60,000 because the previous time we have some experience because the project artifacts are there, the things that is stored in the repositories. We can use those same Excel sheets, reports, and find and give the most perfect solution. The advantage is we can provide high accurate cost. And estimation can provide in very less time because we have experience. We have almost all the documents related to the previous project. So we just modify it and hand it over. That's it. Now, what's the disadvantage? The disadvantage is the same functionality with different implementation can affect for the final result. Now, think a situation. You are supposed to develop in the previous project. You are supposed to develop the previous project. You developed a project, a login system for username and password. Username and password. That's it. Now for that project, the actual expenses is around 10,000 for username and password. Now you are giving an analogy as estimation again for new system. They asking again login system using auth. No need username and password. Remove that. We don't want username and password. Give it auth login. Then you are giving right. For that, it might be again 15,000. But the functionality is something different. Lot of username and password storage is removed. Authentication is removed. I know a lot of stuff is removed. And auth login might require less time and the less cost. So that's why same functionality login, but the implementation, if it is a different implementation, the final result might be changed. Even if it is like previous project has done using C# because our client is a rich person, he is sponsored for all license, so no worries, we have developed using C#. The current client is not supposed to is not like to do invest for costs, software costs. So you are planning to develop using Java. So no need to purchase additional software license. You are developing using Ubuntu machine and with Eclipse IDE free of charge, and again Java, it's free of charge, right? So cost might be totally different. Same login system using C# and Java, totally different costs. Same story, same login, same functionality, same login. Technology is different. Based on this difference, your cost estimations needs to adjust accordingly under this analogy costing or the reference classes. Parametric depends on the parameters effect for the estimations. Now, what is this parametric estimation is? We are defining different parameters for the estimation. A small example, one worker can paint 2 into 10 meter wall a day. This is the area that one worker can paint. Now you want to paint 200 into 500 meter area in a one day. The question is how much workers you need. This is a grade 7 question, right? No need to solve by yourself. I know you can, right? This is very simple question. What else? I just want to emphasize in here. What is the parameter in here? The size of a single worker. Parameter is this area 20 square meters per day per worker. Worker can paint 20 square meters in a day. Now this is the area. Now what you are going to do? You are finding how much cost might be there based on how many workers are, how many people are going to paint, and you are getting some sort of assumption. What's the assumption? Now think, I'm not going to solve, right? I'm not going to solve this problem. I'm just telling it might be like 500 people needed, right? I'll get the example of 500 people needed for this. After hiring 500 people, we can paint the wall in one day. It might be unrealistic. Your assumption is all 500 people can paint the wall concurrently. At the same time, all the 500 employees are working. It is something really hard, right? 500 people painting a wall. Think a situation, 500 people. If it is like 1 meter height, it's okay. 2 meter height, it's okay. But after that, it's a problem, right? So you are performing some sort of assumption for this parametric. If your assumptions are incorrect, your cost estimation might be incorrect. Theoretically, we can tell by hiring 500 people, I can paint this wall. But practically, it's not. Your client might say, okay, hire 500 people and paint it. But once it comes to practical situation, you might realize all 500 people like pulling and pushing themselves for their space. That's the important factor under this parametric estimations. And advantages are it's high accurate. It's very high accuracy. It's high accuracy, and it's a scientific approach for the estimation. You can do some sort of mathematical, use some mathematics to solve your problem, to find the estimations. Rather than like expert judgment, you are supposed to get some sort of expertise knowledge. It's just like cognitive skill. But this is a scientific mechanism. You can use math. You can use mathematics to solve this problem. So probably the accuracy might be high if your assumptions are high. Correct. If your assumptions are incorrect, though it's scientific, you might get into a problem as a project manager at the end of the day. Once it comes to a software development, especially the people who work in software having different skills. Some people like perfectly working 8 to 5. At 5 o'clock, they shut down their machine and leave. Some people work late night until 10 o'clock. Some people work for extra money or overtime, shift allowances. Some allowances are there. Some people are working. Some people are working for recognition. Some people are working for fun. So, especially once it comes to human resource management, project managers are getting lot of problems, especially once it comes to software development. Because you might having good understanding in develop web application in PHP, but unfortunately you have hired as a Java developer because you told in the interview, I can develop some sort of Java application. They have done some interview. You successfully done that because it's a simple project. But once into a real world customer requirement, you can't map it. So you leave. This is happening in software industry. This is happening in software industry. People are joined and people realize, no, this is not the best fit for me. I just need to leave to join as a PHP developer. Because, some people are thinking Java is the best. Java developers are the best. Or C# developers are the best. Or backend developers are the best. Or full stack engineers are the best. Some sort of psychological effects are there for this, right? But I'm just giving good advice. You don't think about this fancy name. It's just a fancy name. You think about the workload that you can done and the amount that you can earn for that work and the experience that you are getting from this work. If there's no experience at all, you are developing continuously login systems 10 years, no point at all. You might get different projects. That's the true story. Your requirements might be changed, but you should enhance yourself. Okay? That's something value-added services for you, right? Come, the disadvantages are ability to find the best fit parameters. Now, finding parameters for a problem is not something easy. Finding parameters. Now, in this case, you have assumed hiring 500 people. I'm not calculated, right? I'm just assuming the value. 500 people solve the problem. Now, you told 500 people, okay, come tomorrow. We will paint. Now, fortunately, it's a 1 meter height. So we can keep a sequence of 500 people, like big wall, very lengthy wall in 1 meter height. So fortunately, it's not a problem at all, 1 meter. So others won't get interfere. You can divide into separate parts and perfect. But you have missed one parameter. It's a rainy day. It's outdoor paint. It's a rainy day. Morning, the 500 people came at 8 o'clock. They have started the work. 9:30, heavy rain. 9:30, heavy rain until 5 o'clock. 9:30 to 5, all the workers isolated. Sit somewhere around. Now what has happened? Your estimation is totally gone wrong. You have missed one parameter, your weather. Your weather condition. Your weather condition is, you haven't thought about that at all. But unfortunately, it's a rainy day. Think that kind of how much parameters might be there for a given problem. Lot of parameters. But usually there's a mechanism called feature engineering. You might learn in future. Finding the best possible features that affect for most can be found for the expertise, right? Finding the best features. It depends on the experience. Right? Somehow, I just want to emphasize here the best fit parameters. Finding the best fit parameters. How hard to find this best fit parameters in the context of parametric estimations. Again, there's another estimation called 3-point estimation. What is the meaning of this 3-point estimation? 3-point estimation is back again the same story: pessimistic, optimistic, and most likely, based on Pareto technique. There might be a triangular distribution. This is just adding all of these 3 and dividing by 3, which is known as average. Right? We have done some lines of code work. Same equation is here. The beta distribution or Pareto distribution. Pessimistic plus optimistic plus 4 into most likely divided by 6. Okay. Again, we are getting some estimation in different mechanisms and finding the pessimistic values and optimistic as well as the most likely values. Then we map all together, then find the most proper estimation for the given project. Right? Same equation in here. Triangular distribution is not much accurate, because think a situation like pessimistic is 60 rupees, and optimistic is sorry, pessimistic is 150, and optimistic is 60 rupees. So you might get into a trouble. Really large variance is there. So triangular distribution is not something good mathematical equation, but for a small scale project you can use like 2 to 3 dependencies, but parent distribution is provides more accurate under this 3-point estimation. Right, now I have a small question for you. I'll give around 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. Can you please try to solve this problem and share the answer with me? Meanwhile, if you are getting into trouble, any question you want to clarify, please ask me. ඔයාලට මේ වෙනකන් කරපු දේවල් වලින් මොනවා හරි අපහැදිලි තැනක් තියෙනවා නම්, ක්ලියර් කරගන්න දෙයක් තියෙනවා නම් දැන් චුට්ටක් අහන්න, මම ඔයාලට ක්ලියර් කරලා දෙන්නම්. I'm getting answers. Thank you. Others, please. If you can't remember the equation, this is the equation. Triangular distribution. This is average. Optimistic, pessimistic plus optimistic, pessimistic plus most likely divided by 3. And beta distribution is pessimistic, optimistic plus 4 into most likely divided by 6. This is the equation. If you can't remember the equation, you just apply the equation and you can get the answer. I'll share the equation again. Pessimistic, optimistic plus 4 into most likely divide by 6. And these are the values 25, 25, 12. A simple question, very simple. Yes, others don't want to share their answers with me. All right. I think no need to discuss about that question. You just want to find the triangular. You just add 20 plus 5 plus 12 divide by 3. If you want to find the beta distribution, what you have to do, 20 plus 5 plus 12 into 4, then all together divide by 6. Very simple question. This kind of simple things are there in project management, right? Very simple distribution, but it's like new word, right? Beta distribution, triangular distribution, right? Something for unknown you might like show off. Come. Now we have discussed about this cost estimation in different perspectives. Now we can get some sort of cost estimation by performing this mechanism. So you can join together or somehow using expert judgment or whatever the mechanism, you can estimate the cost. Now the second point is determining the budget. Now we are going to discuss about determine the budget. To determine the budget, again we have another input set of inputs and outputs as well as tools and techniques. Now what are the inputs? These kinds of inputs are available, and what are the outputs? Outputs are these kinds of things. And importantly, I'm going to discuss about one of mechanism called cost aggregation. But if you want to follow the others also, please feel free to follow and deep dive. I'm going to discuss about one technique called cost aggregation under this context. The cost aggregation is the process of taking cost of all subtasks and add them all together to determine the budget, which is known as the bottom-up mechanism. This is the bottom-up mechanism. Now you are going to develop application. Now you are going to get the budget estimations as per the values from bottom to up. There are two mechanisms, bottom up and top down, but for cost aggregation we are using bottom up mechanism. What is this bottom up mechanism? Is like, this is the cost hierarchy that you are going to have in your project. This is your project alpha, and this is your requirements gathering. This is your welcome party. This is the initial point of your project, and you, for the welcome party, you want a set of people for dancing and for a set of people for band. And the project alpha, yeah, apart from this requirement analysis and welcome party, there's a survey to find something, whether that is valuable or not, and they want to develop a specific cookie. This is one of main task, and there are few interviews also. Okay. Now I just want you know this work breakdown structure. This is the work breakdown, you know, work breakdown. I don't want to tell it again. Now I just want to add something to this story. Now I'm starting from here. This is my starting point. This is my starting point. This is my level 1. This is my level 1. Why I'm telling this level 1, you may realize why. This is level 1. For the level 1, for interview, there are 3 tasks. I'm not going to discuss about these tasks. I'm just discussing about these 3 values. For this task, it's 100. It might be dollars, it might be rupees or something, right? I don't care about that. This is 300. This is 600. Altogether, this is 1000. Once I add all together, it's 1000. It's 1000 rupees. Again, this is my level 2. Right? For this task, it's 50. This is 50 again. Altogether, it's 100. Right? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm getting this level 1 into the top until finding someone. I don't find anyone. So this is the first person that I'm finding. So I'm going to add to this task this 1000. Right? For this task, I want 1000 now. 1000 plus. Right? Now again, I'm getting these 2 values, and I just have 100. I'm going up. I'm finding a place to join, which is this 100. How this 100 occurs? Because of this 50 plus 50 becomes this 100. Welcome party 100 is defined like that. bottom up. This is these once we added these two together, we have found this 100 rupees. For the welcome party, we need 100. 100 means 50 for dancing, 50 for band. This 100 is going back again. I'm going to here. Bottom up, right? Bottom up. So it's again here. It's 100. There's another portion in here. The requirements gathering. There's 900. For this task also, we don't have anything. It's just added to here. Then it becomes here. It's 900. 1000, 100 and 900 all together. The answer is 200. 2000. So your project required, your estimation is 2000. Your estimation is 2000. How this 2000 comes here? 900 here, 100 here, 1000 here. This 100 comes to here from 50 here, 50 here. This 1000, how this 1000 comes to here? 600 here, 300 here, then 100 here. Once we added all together to up, you might find the final project estimation bottom up. This is the bottom up mechanism. Once you add it together, finally you will get the total project estimation. These are the small tasks you have to achieve. Once you add all the subtasks together, then you can find the total budget for the entire project. That is cost aggregation. That's we are telling that's cost aggregation. Do you want to any clearance on this further? Please let me know. ඔයගලට මේක මොන හරි දෙයක් අපහැදිලි දෙයක් තියෙනවා නම් කියලා කියන්න මට. මොකද මේ breakdown structure එකක් අඳිනකොට මේ cost estimation එක දානකොට ඔයගලන්ට මේ cost aggregation එකක් දාගන්න වෙනවා. ඒකින්ද මේක හරි වැදගත්. මේ cost aggregation එක දාන එක. Are you clear on this? Do you want further clarifications on this? මොකද WBS එකක් හදද්දී WBS එකට අපි මේ cost estimations දාලා cost estimation aggregation cost aggregation එකක් දෙනවා budgeting වලදී. එතකොට මේ budgeting වලදී මේක හරි වැදගත් වෙනවා මේ cost aggregation එක කොච්චරද කියලා. Right. I think it's clear for everyone. The next. Yes, any question? Right. Cost baseline. Now, what do you mean by cost baseline? Cost baseline is the budget approved for the project. Now, you can ask any amount from your client. Think for the project, you are willing to get from your client 10,000. I'm telling very simple values, right? I'm not speaking about millions because your head might be corrupted. So I'm getting very simple values. You have to apply for large numbers in one day, right? At that day you apply because your brain cells might be okay to accept that numbers. For now it might be really hard. That's what I'm telling, right? Simple values, 10,000. You want to get 10,000. Now your estimation is 10,000. But at the end of the day, your client is willing to pay only 8,000. Your client is willing to pay only 8,000. Now you got your client's confirmation, it's 8,000. Then as a project manager, you are in a problem because your estimation is 10,000. Your client is telling, no, I can't give 10,000 for that. I can give 8,000. Then you have to get your organizational help, your direct board of directors or the senior managers, whoever the person that involved with the project. Then you have to clarify to your internal organizational project team, the senior leadership, or it might be the direct board of directors or whoever the people. We need 10,000 for this. Then your board of directors might tell, yes, it might require this much, or they might tell, can't we go for like 9,000? Can't we go by reducing these costs? We can reduce these costs, right? We have to reduce these costs because client is asking, can't we do it for 8,000? So can't we reduce this kind of things? Then as a project manager, you have to go back again and do another analysis and find the feasibility to do that kind of modification. Somehow at the end of the day, internally your organization will tell, we need 8,750 minimum from the client, which is above the client's value. So as an organizational view, that means not only the project manager, the senior leadership, the board of directors, and everyone should join together and have a discussion with the client and convince to the client these kinds of expenses are there. So the minimum cost budget is 8,750. So you have to pay another 750. You have to agree for that. There's no other option. We have discussed a lot. At that time, your client might say, right, okay, we'll pay 750. Or your client might say, okay, what we can do is we can do some deviations or modifications for the project. Functionality, this kind of functionality, no need this time. Remove that functionality. Or the technology can be changed. If there's a paid technology, can't we go for an open source project? Think that kind of suggestions can be have. According to that, finally we are getting approved budget. So the both parties, the development company and the client, is having discussion. At the end of the day, both teams are agreed for 8,500 rupees. That's the agreed amount. That's the approved amount for the budget. I think the story is clear for you. This is the cost baseline. So whatever the thing that whatever the calculation, whatever the cost calculation is based on top of this cost baseline, you can't go beyond this baseline. You can't go beyond this baseline. Okay? That's the ideal time, ideal cost to be spent. That's the meaning of this cost baseline. Now, broken down into small detail WBS by cost category, cost expense period, we can depict, we can pictorially represent this cost baseline very easily, as I previously told, as I previously showed you. Right? It's a detailed work breakdown structure, like good representation why this much of cost is going for each and every component. Now I will give a simple example to you to understand. Now if you are still your students, right, so you are you supposed to get ask money from your parents. Then your parents, your father is all of a sudden ask, you have asked, I need 50,000. Then your father asks, why 50,000? Then what you are telling, your cost breakdown, you are telling For internet charges, it's 2000 rupees. For transportation, I need 1000 rupees. For internet bill, this kind of, and the university charges this much, exam fees this much, and I'm doing external course on this institute. For that, I just want this much of amount. What you're doing the same thing. You have done it previously. You have done a cost breakdown structure and you have presented your parents. Probably yes. Not all, but at least few. Some parents are giving like without asking and no any question. I believe my son, I believe my daughter, they do good things, right? But once you become a father or mother, but never do that. Ask for a cost breakdown from your kid. Ask for a cost breakdown. Then you can discuss with them. Why don't you go for lower internet package? It's 2000 rupees is too much, right? So why don't you go for 700 internet package? You just want to learn, right? Don't go for an argument. I'm not telling you don't go for an argument. You can reduce your parents' cost also for you. Now you are a person who is having responsibility, right? By having this cost breakdown structure personally applied to you, then you can find where the expenses gone high and how can I minimize this. Then you can get easy budget approval from your parents. That's for your life, right? Come back again to the story. Somehow if you have a proper work breakdown structure, then it's a good presentation, and when you are going to expense each and everything, the detailed representation in there. That's the cost baseline. Now always there's a risk. Always there's a risk in project management. To minimize the risk, we can have contingency reserves. What are the contingency reserves? Are allowed for future situations that may be partially planned for. It's not fully planned, but there's a partially planned, sometimes called non-unknowns, and they included in the project baseline, cost baseline, right? Once we are developing a project cost baseline, we want to consider about the non-unknowns. What are these non-unknowns? Non-unknowns are that we know that kind of risk is there. It might happen. There's a probability of having like around 60 to 75% probability of having this risk. But there are mechanisms to minimize this risk also. Now think there is a person who is working in your project, and he is the organization football team lead, right? Organizational. In organizational perspective, he is important because he is playing for the company. But project perspective, you want to complete the work, and you have realized in next month, which is happening in this project, there's a football championship or football tournament in somewhere else. Now there's a risk, there's a non-risk, but there's unknown risk. What's the unknown risk? Whether this our football team will win or not. If he is get out from the first match, no worries, I can continue my job. Very easy. I pray for God, please get out as a project manager, right? But organizational perspective, organizational board of directors praying, please go ahead, go for the next match. That's the story, that's the reality, right? So you know there's a risk, but risk is unknown. There's a risk, obviously, yes, but it's unknown risk. How much effective? Because this football player is the chief architect or the architect in the project. If he is losing the job properly, that means he is not allocated fully for the project, there might be a risk. It might be a cost risk, it might be a schedule risk, it might be some kind of another risk. Right? That is contingency reserves. So we want to keep some sort of amount. If this person is going out, we have to hire another person suddenly, and we have to run the job, outsource some person, a freelancer, then we have to continue. That's the contingency reserves. These reserves are keeping in hand. We are not supposed to spend it, but if risk arrives, then we have to use this contingency reserves, right? That's the contingency reserves. The second part, there's another risk, management reserves. Allow for future situations that are unpredictable, unknowns. I'll give a simple example. Now, there are people, 3 software engineers who are working well, right? Who are working well in your company, friends, all 3 are friends, and they are very good in the work. Now, like 30% of work is gone, and they having good domain knowledge and technical knowledge because they have worked around 3 to 5 years in your project, and you are keeping trust on that very well. These 3 people went for a to have a picnic, and unfortunately 2 of them got died. Accidentally they fell into some pool or somewhere, right? Accidentally they lose. You haven't planned at all. These 2 will die, right? These 2, there are situations, right? Or think a situation like all of a sudden your architect is like two of architects or 2 of leads are left with a startup. You haven't even planned. You don't know anything. All of a sudden, 2 people died. Now what happens to your project? Project is running. These 2 are like very important, critical resources. You haven't even thought that. For that case, for such situation, you want to keep another reservation. You want to keep some amount. We can't tell, right? We can't tell what kind of risk is there. But think a situation, there's a pregnant lady, and you pretty know like she's going for maternity on this day. It's not a risk at all because it's a plan. We know, we are having good understanding. This person might get leaves time to time, and this lady might leave on or before this day. We know. As a project manager, it's not a problem at all. We know that risk. It's not a management reserve. But a situation like a person died, and such situation, we have to keep that management reserves. I think you are clear about this risk, about this story. And now we'll see all together in one picture how this cost baseline is in representation, right? Now, the initial point, activity cost estimation is there. What is this activity cost estimation? Is the estimation for the cost activities. We know there's an activity cost, and there's an activity contingency reserves, which is discussed that risk, that activity contingency. And this is the work package cost estimation. Okay? This is the risk that we are going to have. Like this is the total work package cost estimation. Having the cost estimation, this is obviously yes. We have to calculate and find, and we are keeping some sort of contingency reserves. If something gone wrong, if this football player win this match, we have to get someone else. This is the activity contingency. And there's contingency reserves. Then after the contingency reserves, we can have this cost baseline. This is the cost baseline. So cost baseline is combination of work package cost estimation plus contingency reserves, right? This is contingency reserves. There's a management reserves. Now I have discussed about this contingency reserves and management reserves. And finally, once all together, Once all together, that means cost baseline plus management reserves known as budget, project budget. So I'll come again. This is the activity cost estimation. This is actual. You have to pay. You have to do. You have. There's no any way. This is the cost estimation and contingency. If some activity is gone wrong, there should be some sort of reservation. That reservation is, once we add these together, we can have work package cost estimation. Once we added to the cost work package cost estimation with the contingency reserves, which is non-unknowns, we'll find the cost baseline. Once we add the cost baseline with the management reserves, we'll get the project budget. So always this management reserves, contingency reserves, and activity contingency reserves are reserves if something gone wrong. That means this is a mechanism for risk mitigation or minimizing the risk. We can't tell to the client after 30% project is gone, we are really sorry, our 2 of software engineers was died due to this situation. We can send a mail. We are really sorry, our 2 of died. Then they'll reply, oh really, it's a very sad situation. I know him personally, and send my these kind of set of words. That's all. Right? That's all. Maximum they'll give another 2 to 3 days extension. Okay, if this is situation, we'll give additional 2 to 3 days or 7 days business days, and please do the needful and complete the work. If you don't keep these contingency reserves or the management reserves, your project budget is at risk. If you don't keep these management reserves and contingency reserves, your project is a marginal project. Right? So be careful, don't go for a marginal project budget. If it is no option than that, right, that means you are running with a risk. Right, the last point, cost control. This is the important part in this story, the cost control. Now we have estimated and we have determined, we have created the cost baseline, all the budgets are approved. Now project is going. Now here project wasn't gone. It's just starting point. Project is just assumed. In here, the clients have discussed and approved some sort of, right, this is the budget. No, as a project manager, you have to control the cost. If not, it's a huge problem. Why? People will do whatever they want. It's a limited resource. Always management is working with a limited resource. So you have to struggle to manage this resource. So you want to control the cost. I'm not telling remove all the head count. Right? This is not the control cost or pressure someone else and get the work done. Right? That is not cost control. Right? Come, we'll discuss about this cost control now. Cost control allows to confirm the cost and the project is moving smoothly. It's a confirmation. The project is moving smoothly. Perform the activities related to the cost variance in the project. Now, what is this cost variances? Whenever there is a cost, if there's additional cost is expended in some day, there might be some additional expense. Or if it is a less, you can keep it less. Right? Think a situation currently, your company might have decided for air conditions, your working place, air conditions, 100,000 electricity charge, reserved is 100,000. Now none of you are going to your office place. So management is getting additional 100,000. Management is getting 100,000. It's a happy point for the organization, isn't it? It's a happy time. Same time, if you go for the company, You have to spend 2 hours in the prod. You have to spend another 1.5 hours to get ready yourself. You are spending around 3.5 hours to ready and go back and forth to your company and back to your home, and lot of tired. Now you are at home, you reserve that your additional time. You have more time to enjoy with your family, so it's a worth for you. So working from home is the best possible solution. It's worth for the company as well as you. Don't think about the company. They might earn something, right? It's okay, and probably they'll give some amount like uh, bonus payment. It might be not 100,000, it might be 10,000. Still, it's okay, right? Because we, as an employee, you got chance. As an employer, they got another profit. No air condition, no cleaning, no additional water cost, nothing. Everything is reserved. You got the point? That's the activities related to cost variance in the project. Now, the cost control also follows mainly inputs and outputs with the tools and techniques. I'm just speaking about this earned value management today. And if you're really enthusiastic, please go through the other steps too. Now we'll discuss about earned value management under the cost monitoring. Now, indexes to monitor the process is earned value management. I'm speaking about earned value management. The first one is cost performance index. The second one is cost variance. Third one is schedule variance. Then schedule performance index. Now, these 4 steps are involved with the cost monitoring to monitor whether the cost is running on budget. It's not over budget, it's not under budget, it's on budget, it's on the line, right? Now we'll see what are these factors, 4 factors: cost variance, schedule variance, cost performance index, and schedule performance index, one by one. Then you can understand the earned value. And I'm not speaking about the total earned value analysis. It's a very deep concept. It's like more and more things are there. I'm just giving the most important 4 factors for you under the cost monitoring. Before understanding this earned value management, you have to understand few words. Plan value. The first one is plan value. What do you mean by plan value? The budgeted cost for the scheduled work to be done. Now, this is the budgeted cost for the work schedule. It might be for 15 days, it might be linear, it might be non-linear. Right? For the first 10 days, I'm allocating 10,000. The rest I'm giving 20,000 linear. Likewise, you can budget this plan value. Actual cost is the total actually incurred, accomplishing work performed and activity. Now, while we are doing some work, there are some actual cost is going, because think a situation, we purchased a new laptop and we have purchased some another hardware component that required for the project, and we have paid some amount for the people who are working in the organization and the project. So usually the actual cost can be get from accountant, because accountant is keeping a track on the actual performance, actual expenses in the project. Each and every day they are keeping a record. So probably you can have a meeting or ask your accountant send a daily report or weekly report on actual cost in this project. Or if you have sufficient time, no need to ask from your accountant, no need to ask from someone else, you can do by yourself, finding the actual cost. But the situation is, it's really hard, especially once it comes to transportation and other stuff is there. Those are not recorded under the project. You are not getting that information. Those information is gone only to the accountant. So that's why I'm telling, get the daily report from your accountant, or usually at least 3 days or once a week. Depends on your project size and the duration. Earned value means the amount of the cost that need for the project. Now, you are you have some sort of value, the amount, the cost, the need for the project, right? That's the earned value. The last point is budget at completion, the actual cost of the project against its forecasted project. Now, budget at completion means initially you are telling for this project I want 1 million or 10,000 or 100,000 or whatever the value. That's the budget at completion. So these four values are there: planned value, actual cost, earned value, budget at completion. Right. So these four terminologies important while we are discussing this story. If you want, if you can get a photo on this, it might be easy to understand the rest of the story that I'm telling. Right? Can you please take this screen photo or screen snap or something? Unless the rest part might be like you can't understand what I'm telling because of this terminology missing. The first day that you are hearing these words: plan, value, actual cost, and earned value, budget at completion, you can't, right? The first time it might be a little bit new set of words to your dictionary, right? I think you took a photo or screenshot or snap or something, right? Come. The first equation is cost variance. What's the meaning of this cost variance? Cost variance is the earned value subtract by actual cost, right? The condition is if, sorry, there's some mistake in here, I is there, right? Then the over budget, then it's under budget. Come, we'll do some question, then you'll understand. Come, in here the budget at completion, it's 1,000. That means for your project I'll give the same example until these all for all of these four functionalities or the equations, right? Same amount for my easy calculations, right? And it's a linear distribution. That means from first day to 30th day, 1 month project, it's allocated 1,000 rupees. 1 month project, 1,000 rupees allocated. This 1,000 is divided into equal amount. That means 30 divided by, sorry, 1,000 divided by 30 is allocated for each day. That's the linear distribution. That's the linear distribution. 1,000 divided by 30. For per day, it might be 3 rupees something, right? We'll get dollars or something, $3 or something. Each and every day, $3, $3, $3, $3. Likewise, you are spending. That, right? For assume, right? It's not the true stories. You'll get real expose. Once you got into the real expose, we are getting different equations, but theoretically you can understand these things. Now the first point, CV equals to EV minus AZ. I'm keeping this equation here. Budget at completion is 1,000. It's 30 days. Now your work is completed 50%. I'm not thinking about when. This 50% might complete on 10th or 20th or 25th or 15th, whatever the date. Work completed amount is 50%. Now you can tell, right? If it is a login system, how much work completed. As a developer, you know, right? Work completed 50%. Then you can get that information, the actual cost from your accountant. Then the accountant is telling, today it's almost $300 are gone. Yeah, as a project manager, you got from the development team 50% completed. Then you got this information from your accountant. It's 300. Right? You got this information, this 50% completed, and actual cost is 300, work completed is 50%. Now just you have to do some sort of small calculation. Earned value. What is this earned value? Earned value means your budgeted completion is 1000. 1000 multiplied by work completed. That means if you get theoretically, you have initially 1000 rupees for the 50% of work, or it might be 60% of how much the percentage you completed. You just multiply it. Then you will get earned value of 500. This is the earned value of 500 for this 50% of work. If it is 2000 budgeted completion, if it is 60%, 60 by 2000. That's it. You will get an earned value. Then you just apply this equation. CV equals to EV minus AC. Now we know this EV is 500. AC means this one, actual cost. Actual cost is with us. Then we have 500 minus 300, it's 200. The equation is, if again I have done something wrong. Sorry. CP is greater than 0, then project is under budget. That means your project is under control. So you have 200, the value is 200, it's under control, right? We'll get another example. In this case, you have again $1,000 and work completed is 50, and your actual cost is $600. Your development is telling 50% of work is completed, and your accountant is telling your project is consumed $600. Now again, what you have to do, you have to find this equation. Again 1000 by 50, then $500. Then what you have to do, you apply the equation EV minus AC. EV we have calculated 500, AC it's 600. Now 500 minus 600, where this 500 is here, 600 is here. 500 minus 600, it's minus 100. Yeah, sorry, it's again, it's not CPI, it's CV, right? CV is less than, it's a minus value. That means your project is currently over cost. Now this is the problematic situation. Now additional $100 is almost gone for complete this 50% of work. This might be a situation like initially you want additional hardware purchases and stuff, but you can recover it later, right? But if it is not the situation, you have to get some sort of solution to avoid that situation, because it's minus. So this is not CPI, it's CV, right? CV, then minus 100. This is minus 100, that is over cost. Your project is going unwantedly cost, right? That is, your project is over cost. So if it is a minus value, that means your project is over budget. The next point is cost performance index. Calculates the effectiveness of the accomplishment of the expected manner. Now, how much effectively we are going to achieve this task. This is known as cost performance index. Again, the same story, earned value divided by actual cost. Last time, what we have done? Earned value subtract by actual cost. Now, earned value divide by actual value. Now, it's a value that divided after divided value, right? Always indexes are like dividing. We are getting some sort of index like that. If the CPI is less than 1, then over budget. If it is greater than 1, then cost is under budget. That means if it is less than 1 means you are in a problem. Greater than 1 is you are not a problem at all. If it is 1, that means earned value equals to actual value, right? Your expenses are in perfect line if it is 1, right? If it is minus value, sorry, less than 1, then it's over budget. If it is Greater than 1, it's under budget, you are under control. Now again the same story I'm getting, like PV is 1000. Right, budgeted completion is 1030 days. Work completed is 50. Now we are familiar with this. Actual cost is 400. Now actual completed is 400. You can calculate your earned value 1000 by 50 percentage, 1000 by 50 percentage, 1000 by 50 percentage. Now you are getting earned value of 500. Now CPI is earned value subtract by, sorry, divide by actual value. This is your earned value. This is your actual value, right? How? 500 divided by 400. It's 1 point something. 1 point something means it is greater than 1, then it's under cost or the under budget. That means you are under control. If it is 1.25, 1.5, that is great, right? If it is more than 1 point, like 1.9, it might be ultra super great, but it is unrealistic, right? It's unrealistic. 1.1, 1.2 might be usual situation, but if it is 1.9, there might be some issue in your system, right? At the same time, we'll get another example. In this time, again, it's budgeted completion is 1000, work completed is 50 percentage, and actually you have spent $600. Now we'll see the performance index of this. Earned value is 50 percentage, again the same story, 500. Earned value divided by actual value, earned value divided by actual value, earned value divided by actual value. What is the earned value? 500. Actual value, it's 600. Now it's 500 divided by 600, that means it's 0.83. 0.83 means it's less than 1. That means you are over budget. It's over cost. There's some additional cost is gone. You have to do some sort of modification to your project if it is continuous. This might happen in the initial stages because you might purchase some sort of hardware and other stuff. It might be the initial situation, but if it is like 0.0, if it is 0.0, it's unbelievably over cost. It's totally gone wrong. If it is 0.9, 0.8, it's acceptable because there are variants, some sort of various situations happen. It's okay. It might be not perfectly one, right? There might be situations like 0.9, 0.95, 0.8, 0.85, it's acceptable. But once it comes to 0.6 to below, it's a problematic. Urgently, you have to take suitable or necessary actions to get your budget back again to the cost estimation baseline, right? Now we have discussed two things, variance and index. For the cost, exactly same, earned value have another, and earned value management provides another two methods, schedule variance and schedule performance index. You may heard like same rhythm in there, cost variance and schedule variance. Schedule variance is based on the date and the work. Initially cost is just work, but schedule is based on the schedule, the dates also. The equation is EV minus PV, and if CPI, sorry, again I have done the same thing, sorry, SV is less than, SV is higher than, right? Come back again, we'll come to the story. Now the work completed is 60 percentage. Now this time the work completed is 60 percentage. On 15th day, last time the cost estimations, I haven't discussed about this 15th day story. How many days I don't care about at all. But in this case, I care about that. Two things I am caring. Work completed 60 percentage and how much time you have spent to complete this work. Again the same equation, we'll get EV 1000 by, this is 1000 by 60, 1000 by 60 we are getting 600. PV is based on this days. The total amount of days it's 30. Currently it's 15 days gone. So the budget allocation is 1000. 1000 into 15 into 30, it's 500. 15 divided by 30 into 1000. 15 divided by 30 into 1000 is the PV. Now we have EV and PV. These are the two values that we want to find this schedule variance. Schedule variance is 600. EV is 600. PV is 500. Now what you are going to do? You just subtract those two. If it is a positive value, again this is SB, sorry, this is SB. This is under budget. So you are in under budget, not a problem at all. You are under control. The 15th day, you are under control. It might be changed while the time is going on. This is EV and SV, schedule variance. And one more point I want to emphasize in here. In this situation, the work completed is 40%. The work is 40% completed. Right? 40% of work is completed. But we have spent 15 days. Now, again, we will calculate EV 1000 into 40, 40%, it's 400. Again, we'll calculate PV, it's 1000 multiplied by 15 into 30. This is 30 means the total duration, right? How much time you have for the entire project. Multiplied by 15 divided by 30 multiplied by 1000, you will get 500. Now we'll calculate CPI. Sorry, again gone wrong, right? Again gone wrong. This is SV, schedule variance, right? Schedule variance is 400 minus 500. 400 minus 500. Then it's a minus 100. Our equation is if SV, here it's SV, is less than 0, then it's over budget. Now if it is a minus value, now in the 15th day, that you are running over budget. The 15th day you are running over budget because you have completed only 40% of work. It might be scheduled, it's okay. The 15th day you are performing 40% and 20th you will achieve the rest of the work. Right? But at this date you are in over cost or over budget in this date. Right? It might be not happening 10th, it might be not happening 20th, but 15th it's happening. The next point, schedule performance index. Again, a small equation, EV by PV. Right? Again, sorry for this, not sure why it has happened. This is SPI. If it is less than 1, then it's over budget. If it is greater than 1, then it's under control. Your budget is under control. Again, the same story I'm getting. The work completed is 60%. The work completed is 60%. On 15th. Now again we can find the earned value. How we can find earned value? Budget at completion multiplied by work completed. It's 600. Then PV, yes, PV is calculated by 1000 multiplied by days, 15, 30 for the entire project. For this is your PV, planned value. And oh shit, equation is incorrect. This should be division, right? This should be a division. Schedule variance is EV divided by PV. So it's 1.2. So it's 1.2. 1.2 means, again, it's schedule performance index. This is SPI is greater than 1. Then project is under cost or the under budget. No worries at all if it is 1.2. Again, the same story. If it is 1.1, 1.2, 1.25, 1.3, it's usual. It's not something weird. It's happening because you might work something additionally, or you might haven't done some purchases like software licenses, their new plan. But it might be changed. 15th date, I'm telling, it's under budget. Now you know what I'm going to do now. Next, yes, in the 15th day, again, it's the work completed is 40%. Again, I'm calculating EV, it's 1000 into 40%, and PV is 1000 into 15. Now the same equation, now you realize, right? Same equation. It's 400 divided by 500. It's a 0.8. This should be SPI. It should be SPI. It's a 0.8. Our equation is, our estimation is, if it is SPI is less than 1 over budget, the 15th day the project is over budget. The 15th day project is over budget. Now this is another good indices to find where your project is going now. That's those are the functionalities that I want to discuss you. CV, CPI, SV and SPI. Sorry for that small textual errors in the presentation. I'll modify and share with you once I'm sharing with you, right? Then the correct letters might be there. Sometimes since I have copy-pasted, I have missed to change the letters, because it's same equation. If you realize, all the V's, CV and SV is a minus value, and CPI and SPI, everything is a division. In here, CV and all the CV, CPI, SV and SPI all are earned value, divide by or subtract by. Divide by or subtract by. Simple equation, very simple equations. You can memorize it. It's not something weird. It's very simple. And if you create a small graph, you can keep daily record on this indices, right? To make sure your project is running, to find out your project is running under control, under budget, to avoid any additional incurs, right? That's the important story that I want to tell today. But I have some additional story to you. Forecasting the cost, estimated completion. Now these equations are like there are a few equations we can predict, and value management is not something just measuring that is what is happening in today or happening in here. It can predict the total cost of the project, right? Now there are 4 methods to calculate estimate at completion. This is a prediction, right? Now you know this BAC and CPI. We know BAC, and this is cost performance index. This is budget at completion. Divide it, then you can find estimate at completion. Now there are 4 methods available. This is the first one, estimation at completion, budget at completion, BAC, divide by CPI. No need to do for the calculation side. Now we know the same example, if it is 1000 divided by CPI, we know what is the CPI. If it is per 5% or something, there might be there some value in the cost performance index. So it might be 0.5 or it might be 1, it might be 1.5, some value in here, right? According to that, we might find estimation at completion. When to use? We have to use this equation. CPI remains the same and BAC is incorrect. Now your initial budget at completion is incorrect. You haven't thought about that. Some budget estimation error is happened, right? Then you have to do this equation and find estimation at the completion. The method 2 is estimation at completed, estimate to complete plus actual cost, right? Now use only when initial EAC is fluid due to issues such as incorrect initial data. There might be some situation like initial data might be incorrect. In such cases, you have to use this method. Or some modifications happen while the project is moving. Now your requirement is changed. Some modification is happen in your project. At that time, you have to use this equation, estimation at completion. Estimation at completion. There's another method, method 3. Estimation at completed is actual cost plus budgeted complete minus earned value, right? This is another method, another equation where we can apply this equation. If BAC is fixed, it's not changed, it's not changing. If variance happens, only one time modification, some variations might be happened in one time. As an example, if you purchase a set of laptops, new laptops, your budget might be suddenly go up, right? You have planned some amount, due to some situation, laptops get costly. So what has happened? Back again, the price is gone up. Now it's not the expected budget, right? But it's happening in one time, right? But it's happening in one time. Never it will be happen. In that case, you have to use estimated completion using this equation. One more method, which is like very rare situation applied when the project is over budget but need to schedule the deadline. Actual cost plus BAC minus EV divided by CPI subtract by SPI, right? Now, if it is over budget and you want to back into the schedule again, deadline, almost you have spent additional amount. Now you are struggling to back into the story and complete the same date. At that time, you can predict this estimation at complete using actual cost plus BAC minus EV divide by CPI subtract by SPI. Please apply some values. Apply some values means apply the same values that you have previously calculated. Then you can find these values easily. When to use CPI and SPI is getting badly. Both are getting minus bad values. Then only you have to use this CPI and SPI values. SPI values are getting badly. Then only you have to apply this method to get budget and the project into the back to the scope. Okay, back to the scope. These 4 methods, like I'm not focusing too much in detail to you. Probably if it is like really interest on these techniques, you can deep more and more. I'm just give some overview, but I'm pretty sure this overview also like strong shot for you. But you can deep dive. I'm really appreciate if you can deep dive, especially once it comes to assignments. You can divide your problems into parts decision making, initial decision making while the project is happening. Then do your work with the actual realistic values with the labors and stuff. Right. Today it might be a little bit lengthy. I know there might be some questions. Definitely, you can ask. Feel free to ask any questions. If you are not clear, or if it is too much, I'm pretty sure it might be a little bit too much today. Right. Please watch this story again. Back again, you can understand missing parts in your heart, your head. Join together and complete your complete story or the complete lesson. And if you have any questions, I'll give another 2 to 3 minutes.
Excuse me, sir. Can we have some questions regarding this?
Questions? Sure, I'll find some questions. I find means they're under the PMP, you know, project management professional. These questions are there. So what can I do is unofficially I'll share these questions with you, right? Because you know, it's knowledge, intellectual properties, sharing those questions. What can I do? I'll unofficially I'll share these few questions with you, then you can solve, right?
Thank you.
Any further questions? If it is too much, is that too much? Hard to stay now? Is that so? Right. If there's no questions, thank you for today's session. I know it's very lengthy story. It's 67 slides. Usually not. Usually 30 around slides, but hard to cover it in 30 slides today. It's very lengthy, I know. Right. Back in next week. If you want to discuss a little bit further, you can stay with me. උගලට මොන හරි ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා නම් මම කැමති දැන් ඔයලත් එක්ක කතා කරන්න. language is not a matter at all. ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ මොකද දැන් ක්ලාස් එක ඉවරයි, ලෙක්චර් එක ඉවරයි. වෙන මොන හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් ඔයගලන්ට මගෙන් අහන්න පුළුවන්. ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැත්නම් ඔයගලන්ට ලීව් වුණාට ගැටලුවක් නැහැ. ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා නම් ඔයගලන්ට අහන්න, ක්ලියර් නැති තැනක් තියෙනවා නම් ස්ලයිඩ් එකේ